and America's godly heritage. We talk about anything that affects your faith, your family, or your freedom. So don't go anywhere, because Point of View starts right now.
Across America, live, this is Point of View. And now, Kerby Anderson.
Thank you for joining me. It is the Friday edition of Point of View, and of course it is our weekend edition. We're going to be covering a lot of different topics. Have, of course, a number of guests in studio with us today. Dr. Merrill Matthews, individual who's a columnist for The Hill, and an individual that we've had on the program many times as a co-host, and of course Liberty McArtor, host not only of Point of View but also of the Know Why podcast. And we're going to get into, obviously, many topics, everything from the individuals in the state of Texas that decided to flee the state because they did not want to vote on the issue of gerrymandering, which we'll get into. We'll talk a little bit about what has happened in Cincinnati, and Robert Woodson, who's been on the program before, gets some perspective on that. We'll also talk about this issue of debanking, which we talked about earlier in the week. And Dr. Merrill Matthews has a couple of things related to tariffs, everything from pharmaceuticals to tariffs to whether or not you're going to get a rebate from tariffs. And so before we even cover all of that, I'm hoping in the second hour we will get into everything from abortion to genetic engineering. So this is going to be wide-ranging, and if you get bored with one topic, stay tuned, because we're going to get another one. But Liberty, let me come to you for just a minute, because the first article is by Noah Rothman. This is a piece that oftentimes Jim Garrity writes, but he was talking about the hypocrisy of gerrymandering, calls it the Democratic delusion. Yesterday I used the example of the idea of Casablanca. I'm shocked that there is actually gambling in this establishment. The same thing, you have Democrats that have fled Texas. They go to Illinois and are shocked that gerrymandering is taking place when, as we've pointed out, I did not know this till the other day, there is an organization at Princeton University identifying the most gerrymandered state, and Illinois is it. So if you were going to try to make the case against gerrymandering, I'm not sure I'd want to go to the state of Illinois, but that's where we are.
Well, man, I guess the boogeyman is everywhere when it comes to gerrymandering, as they're discovering. But it's always funny when politicians feign shock at something that I think the average citizen knows, okay, this is, we may not like it, we may have opinions about it, but it's par for the course in politics. And I think that's why at least a lot of people in my generation are becoming a lot more skeptical of politicians and the establishment, because it's this hypocrisy. I cannot believe my opponent is, da-da-da-da-da. And it doesn't take, more than a Google search to figure out that, well, they were doing the same thing not too long ago.
Well, let's just establish the facts. No one is better at gerrymandering than the Democrats. That has been the case for some time. Yes. They're the top at this, and no one cares less about gerrymandering than the media when it's Democrats doing it.
Right.
So there may be a little story. Illinois has redistricted and wiped out almost all Republicans, and then we'll move on to the next story, and they leave it at that. Whereas when Republicans are gerrymandering, it's a big news issue. Having said that, it always raises a little red flags and creates a note of caution for me when we sort of break traditional norms and redistricting and gerrymandering in the middle of the session when it's for overtly political reasons. And the reason I raise this is because, look, if it's a bad idea to go out and pick a fight, it's a really bad idea to pick a fight with a heavyweight boxing champion. And so Democrats are now saying, okay, if Republicans can do this, we can do it also. And this, I don't know, I'm not predicting this. It may not turn out to be the case, but it's certainly possible that Democrats, if they go through the redistricting in California, New York, Illinois, and other places, that they could end up gaining seats in the next election by virtue of their being more efficient and better at redistricting.
One of the things that's kind of interesting is there is a member of Congress in California, of all things, who actually put forth legislation to prevent mid-decade kind of redistricting redistricting. So we'll see if that goes anywhere. I suspect it won't go anywhere, but nevertheless, both Republicans and Democrats have benefited from that. The problem with California right now is they have a commission, so they'd have to actually change some things to even do that. And of course, the argument in Illinois is, of course, J.B. Pritzker saying, well, then we'll gerrymander. Well, there's only 3 Republican districts in the entire state, and those are so outlawing kind of districts. I don't know how you could gerrymander a gerrymander, but I guess they could prove that to us.
I would not put it past Democrats to be able to do that and drop it down to maybe 1 Republican district. And so, yes, that's part of the problem here is you could end up with, if Democrats end up winning the House, if we do this redistricting and in other states and Democrats end up winning the House in 2026, there will be some blame going on to Donald Trump for sort of doing this. Now, what's interesting about this is Democrats are saying this is racial. Republicans are saying this is only political because you can't do it for racial. I mean, racial, you can't, you got to be careful there. But for political reasons, the Supreme Court has said you can do this for political reasons. So the Republicans are not using race in this at all. They're saying we're trying to get more Republicans so we can expand our majority in the House.
Yeah. One individual did say, well, we're doing this to help maybe Hispanics. But again, what's so interesting is the Supreme Court is going to consider another case out of Louisiana. And a lot of this goes back even before Liberty was around. In 1965, we had the Voter Rights Act, which was based upon the fact that, and you and I are old enough to remember some of the facts, that back there in some areas of the Deep South, there were all sorts of examples of attempts to prevent African American votes. But it's been 60 years since then, and to argue now in 2025 that we have the same kind of Jim Crow laws, racial preferences, segregation, and various impediments to voting that we did 60 years ago, really kind of strange credulity.
And you hit on the really important point that I don't see much written about, which is in our day, segregation's largely gone. That you have voluntary segregation, and some people like to live in areas where they have black churches, so I'm going to be in a black area or something like that. But you have interracial marriages and trying to draw lines where you can guarantee, which is part of what the Supreme Court wanted to do, to not dilute minority votes, so that and to do that, you have to have roughly more than 50%. You have something like 55 or 60%. Yeah. It's getting increasingly hard to do that just because of the way the country is expanding now, and the intermarriages and people being able to live in whatever area they want to.
Yeah, intermarriages has changed that a lot. And so, again, that's one. And, of course, it's also based on the false assumption that in order for a minority candidate to win, he or she would have to have an overt amount of minority representation. How about J.C. Watts? How about Tim Scott? How about Barack Obama? You know, I mean, the arguments don't work anymore. But nevertheless, we're going to take a break. But if you are interested, this one will certainly bring a smile to your face. The Democratic delusion. We've got quotes from a representative in Illinois, the governor in Massachusetts, the governor in New York, of course, the governor in California, all sorts of claims. But really, it is basically Casablanca. I cannot believe that gerrymandering is taking place in the state of Texas. So let's go to a place where they really know how to gerrymander, and that's in the state of Illinois.
And Massachusetts.
Which
has no Republican representatives.
Which has, absolutely. Anyway, we're going to take a break. We could talk about this all day, but there are so many other issues. So we're going to move on, especially because of some very important articles that we have posted, and you can find those on the website pointofview.net. Liberty McArtor with us, as well as Merrill Matthews. We'll be back right after this.
This is Viewpoints with Kerby Anderson.
Perhaps you've heard of the heckler's veto. This occurs when someone who disagrees with a speaker's message triggers actions or protests to disrupt the event and get the speech canceled. We've seen this tactic on university campuses primarily used against conservative speakers. You know, I thought of this tactic when I read about the controversy surrounding expensive security fees charged against Turning Point USA at a Texas university just 30 miles from our radio studio. the administration charged the conservative group $28,000 for security without obtaining permission for the charges. The justification for the huge charges apparently was based on subjectively evaluating possible actions in which protesters might engage. It doesn't appear that any major protest took place, but consider the precedent this might set. If a university administration thinks a particular speaker or conference might draw protesters, they would feel free to charge huge amounts for security. The ADF has written to the campus police about their actions because the university charged outrageous security fees for 2 small campus events simply because of the fear of how others might react. And they argue that this security fee is essentially a heckler's veto. I suspect this might become a new tactic used by radical groups. Threaten a protest or even a riot, and the university feels the need to charge the sponsoring group so much that the group must cancel. And over the years, I have scheduled speakers to address controversial topics like climate change, radical Islam, and gender confusion. And if I was confronted with such an outrageously expensive bill, I would probably have to cancel. This might become a new tactic to silence free speech. I'm Kerby Anderson, and that's my point of view.
Go deeper on topics like you just heard by visiting pointofview.net. That's pointofview.net. You're listening to Point of View, your listener-supported source for truth.
Back once again, Merrill Matthews, Liberty McArtor with us in studio today. A little bit later, I will open up the phones because I suspect you might have some comments about gerrymandering or the next topic we'll get to in just a minute, and that is the mob in Cincinnati and the way in which the media recovered it. But for just a minute, Dr. Matthews, there's another aspect of this whole idea of redistricting. That is, the Constitution requires, of course, every 10 years, and precedent is required every 10 years to do a census. And if that happens in 2000, then in 2001, you would expect redistricting to take place. And if it happened in 2020, you'd expect 2021. There's nothing that prevents having another one. But Donald Trump, as always, he likes to stir the pot, has decided to do something that always has bothered me, and that is when we do the census, we count a lot of individuals who are not only not citizens, they're not even legal residents, they're here illegally, and He wants to have the Commerce Department, which is responsible for that, to count more accurately. And if that had been done, Texas would have gained one more congressional seat, Rhode Island would have lost a seat, and a couple of other things would have changed even a couple of years ago when the redistricting took place.
And there's been a debate going on that of whether or not illegal people who are here undocumented should be counted and shouldn't be counted, because the Constitution requires an enumeration of everyone here, and they say that includes all illegals. And the problem with that is when as the Census Bureau is set up now, it doesn't tend to separate the illegal people from those who are here illegally. And that ends up creating problems. It looks like you have a bigger welfare population when you look at low-income people, when some of those are not eligible for that. In health insurance, you had a much larger number of people who are uninsured because roughly at that time, 10, 11 million would have been illegal immigrants here who were uninsured. For the vast majority of them, they're counted as part of the uninsured, even though Obamacare and those things aren't supposed to cover them. So it makes it look like the numbers are bigger and puts more pressure on Congress to do something that would affect people who probably shouldn't be included in any way. So Donald Trump wants to exclude them. I think my preference would be to count them, but count them separately. So you say, this is how many people we have here who are legal. This is how many people who we have here who are illegal. And that way you get some accurate numbers, and it's a little better for policymaking.
The argument on the other side is if you start asking that question, then people are going to feel like they're going to be targeted for deportation and those kinds of things.
And they might be right.
And they certainly be right. And the other argument, not that I agree with all this, the liberals would say the Constitution makes a distinction between citizens and persons. And you recognize, for example, the 14th Amendment talks about persons. So that could be anybody. But I think the assumption always is that if people were here illegally and if eventually you were going to deport them, it doesn't make sense to put them in the rolls in terms of welfare, in terms of Medicare and all the rest. Does that make sense?
I mean, the argument that you lay out, Dr. Matthews, makes a lot of sense to me. You need to have an accurate picture of who are the people in the United States and what benefits do they qualify for, what benefits do they not qualify for. It seems like if you're going to make policy, then you have to have an accurate understanding and an accurate count of who is here and what their legal status is. That makes sense to me.
The other part of that is if you don't make that separation, it's just one more step before making them voting individuals. Because the argument being made right now, let's go to San Francisco, let's go to New York, let's go to Washington, D.C., is that, okay, we recognize that people here are not citizens. They may not even necessarily be here legally, but they have been paying taxes in one way or another, either directly or indirectly. No taxation without representation is the argument being used. And you can see how, if you're working with the ACLU or LULAC or a variety of other groups to say, look, they're here, they are counted in the census, they are paying taxes, so they should be able to vote in every election. And as Charlie Kirk has pointed out, and Steve Miller and a number of others on the Talking Head shows, if you actually did not count those individuals or eventually deported them, that would reduce the number of Democrats in the House of Representatives by about 20, and it would reduce the electoral power of the blue states by about 20, and that's pretty significant.
It is, and some states, California being, or I say cities, have allowed those who are here illegally to vote in local elections. New York, I think, tried to do that, and then they found out their constitution, the state constitution of New York, prohibited from that. But
they do it in San Francisco. I've seen that.
They do it in San Francisco, and that goes back to the issue of Democrats have long pushed to allow illegal immigrants to have a vote. And so the only thing that's stopping them from the federal elections is the Constitution right now. But they want them counted and would like to actually give them the vote if possible.
I'm just thinking, Liberty, next year Know Why podcast needs to be on this very topic because, as you said, the younger generation is looking at this and saying, gerrymandering. I've had people come up to me and say, what is this whole redistricting thing? And I think people are learning for the first time there's actually a thing called gerrymandering, which goes back to the 19th century. Yeah, what was it, 1832, and that looked like a salamander, so it's gerrymander and all of that. And yet I think there's a real concern. And I don't want the younger generation to be cynical, but we've had to deal with this issue of gerrymandering for nearly 200 years. So that's something that's been around for a while.
Absolutely. And if you are just kind of coming of age and being more aware of what's going on in the news and you're seeing headlines and you're seeing TikToks and everything else, then you're going to think, oh my gosh, this sounds crazy. And you're not going to have the historical context to better understand the whole picture and the whole of the issue. And you really do have to understand where you're coming from in order to have an accurate understanding of what's going on right now.
And we need to point out the Supreme Court has generally tried to stay hands off on this.
Yes.
They've said this is political. We're not here to do political stuff. So if it has to do with the Civil Rights Act or something of that nature, they weigh in. But they've generally sort of said this is something to go on at the states, and they've given the states a pretty free hand to do this, which is why you can get some really strange-looking districts.
Well, and again, one of those in North Carolina did go to the Supreme Court because it was so bizarre that was the case. As I mentioned mentioned earlier in the week, and it's worth mentioning again, that a case out of Louisiana is going to the Supreme Court. Now, the last time the court had a chance to look at this, they just kicked the can down the road, so we don't know if they will this time. But I think you could make the case, and I gave some quotes from people like Sandra Day O'Connor and all the way back to Harry Blackman, of them saying, we know we have affirmative action here in the 1970s, even in the early 1980s, but eventually, 25 years from now, eventually we won't need this anymore. Well, that expiration date passed a long, long time ago, and I think there may be a reasonable reaction and maybe even decision from the Supreme Court to simply say, yes, we did provide some preferences. Yes, we wanted to make sure that there wasn't bias in terms of voting, but we live in a much different way in the middle part of the 21st century.
And the Supreme Court will be criticized by the Democrats if and when they say that,
yes,
because they'll say they're abandoning, and allowing racial discrimination and abandoning the principles of the country.
One more thing I thought I might as well put on the table, and that is this, back to your point, maybe don't start a fight with somebody that's already a prize fighter, or another illustration, don't kick the hornet's nest. You now have people like James Carville, the Raging Cajun,
yes,
saying the other day, almost wanted to grab the clip and play it, but in which he says, I really think what we need to do is maybe by 2028, just make sure that Democrats control the House, the Senate, and the White House. And then he says, here's what we want to do. We want to have 2 more states, Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia. We want to expand the Supreme Court to 13.
Oh, boy.
So now we're talking about 52 states, court packing, and the rest. So anybody that says, this whole issue about gerrymandering and redistricting isn't important. Of course, the other day you saw one of the individuals there in Illinois from the state of Texas who said, as soon as we have a chance, if we can control the House of Representatives, another impeachment for Donald Trump. So in some respects, because we are such a politicized country, Dr. Matthews, there's a lot more to come because of this issue, isn't there?
Issues keep coming up, and Donald Trump has been sort of raising these issues in ways. Barack Obama sort of took that step when he said, I've got a pen and a phone, so I'm going to bypass Congress. Donald Trump, first term, expanded on that. Then Biden really took it to a further extreme. And now, so when you start things going, there's no telling where it's going to end.
Well, welcome to the 21st century America. And if nothing else, that, as we've always said, gives us a lot to talk about. Let's take a break. And just before we do so, one of the things we've been talking about this week is the $10 campaign. And if you go to the website right now, pointofview.net, you'll see a picture of a $10 bill, Alexander Hamilton on that one. And what we're suggesting is, if you have been listening to Point of View for some time, maybe never given, could you maybe just chip in $10? And you can click on the button there that says Give Now. Of course, you can give more than $10, $15, $25, whatever. Or if you've received an email from me, just click on that button as well, because we're encouraging you to pay it forward. Let's take a break. We'll continue our conversation right after this.
You already know that Point of View relies on people like you, listeners, to stay on the air. And here's something that you might not know. Only 1% of Point of View's listening audience currently gives. You heard that right, just 1%. But we've done the math, and if every listener, including you, gave just $10, that would be enough to fund Point of View for an entire year. So here is my challenge to you. If you have never given before, please spare $10 to help keep truth on the air. Your support will fund the daily broadcast as well as additional resources that equip listeners to apply God's truth in their own lives. In short, Americans need Point of View, and we need you. Give your $10 online at pointofview.net. Or you can give by calling toll-free 1-800-347-5151. That's pointofview.net and 800-347-5151. Point of View will continue after this. You are listening to Point of View. The opinions expressed on Point of View do not necessarily reflect the views of the management or staff of this station. And now, here again, is Kerby Anderson.
Back once again, if you'd like to join the conversation, 1-800-351-1212. Let me also mention, of course, that we have that $10 campaign going on. Viewpoints commentary today. We'll be talking about Penna Dexter's piece on Read More Books, and mine that came out also looked at some of the other issues in our culture, so those are all available. First article was on democratic delusion, but I thought Liberty had come to you because Robert Woodson wrote this in the Wall Street Journal. Robert Woodson Sr. has been on the program many times before. The Woodson Center has really addressed a lot of issues in the African American community. He is African American himself, and he entitles it "The Media and a Mob in Cincinnati." Now, anybody that's watched the video, and it's difficult to watch, and it's been out in many places, you wonder what has happened to those individuals. And yesterday I saw 2 interviews with a woman who was knocked unconscious and still has just, all sorts of disfigurement from what took place. But if you're not familiar, this is what he says is a particular set of circumstances in Cincinnati. But his concern is that the media will really heighten any time in which, say, a white attacks black. But if blacks attack white, what we saw is, first of all, the willingness to blame social media, as well as, in some cases, the willingness for the media to hardly even cover it. But fortunately, we live in a world where there's conservative media, there's social media, and I would imagine most people are aware of what happened in the streets of Cincinnati.
Well, one thing that really stuck out to me in his article, so I was glad you posted it, was this quote, "Spiritual and moral freefall given to us by identity politics." And I think that that's just so insightful, and exactly what's happening is that has this idea of identity politics for so many people has replaced our moral framework, and that's how people view the world. So, and it erases the truth that all people are sinful, that all human life is to be valued. So violence against your neighbor is wrong. Injustice is wrong. If there is injustice at the hand of law enforcement, that's wrong. But what is happening is that we are seeing this betrayed by the way the media covers these things, is the fact that people care more about the narrative than the actual innocent person, because it's, oh, that fits our narrative, so we're going to cover that. We're going to make a big deal about that. If it doesn't fit our narrative, well, I guess that life doesn't matter as much. And that's just obviously not a Christian way of looking at the world, but it's a shame, and the mainstream media is playing into that.
And, Jason Riley of the Wall Street Journal writes in similar vein many times on his weekly column. And it is really, really important that you have blacks, Hispanics, people of color writing on these issues, because you can be a white person writing on the issue and it just doesn't get any attention. It's racist or something of that nature. Whereas you just have to have people from that community who will speak out and say, let me just mention some of these problems that we have in our community, because the sort of the primary narrative today is all problems in the black and Hispanic community are a result of white supremacy and so forth and racism, and they will highlight that that's generally not the case. Walter Williams used to say, the economist, he said, I came from a very poor household. We lived in a segregated area that was black, and he said, we didn't lock our doors at night because nobody was stealing anything. We went, we lived very peacefully together. Something changed, and of course the media covers that. But it's some of these things they just have to be done by people of color so that you can. They carry more authority when they do it.
I might just mention yesterday we did have Heather McDonald on, but she is white and a woman. And I might just mention we just got the September issue, which will be going out shortly, of Outlook. And I'd forgotten she had an article in there about the issue of rule of law. So as important as what she has documented statistically, I think we do benefit from people like Robert Woodson and many of the other people that you mentioned. But I think it also just gets back to, if you are using the narrative, everybody comes from a worldview, but there's this narrative that almost is superimposed on worldview, which keeps you from really talking about the fact that there's crime. I've got friends right now that are in Chicago because their daughter is moving to Chicago, and that I've just been paying attention since, of course, I have connections with the Moody Broadcasting Network in Chicago, and I've over the years have paid attention to how many shootings take place in Chicago every weekend, and you would not know that unless you maybe subscribe to the Chicago Tribune, because it's a non-issue. And then a one-time situation, whether it's George Floyd or something else, becomes national news, but we fail to acknowledge the black-on-black crime, which Robert Woodson in this particular piece goes into in some depth.
Yes, I listen to local news every evening, and they always lead with the murders that are going on.
Yeah, if it bleeds, it leads.
And there's a number of them, but so many times it's in some case of what appears to be an innocent black person who is killed in a neighborhood because of various crime and gangs that are going on within that area, and the media don't seem to get terribly upset. They may highlight it a bit, but then they move on.
And this one, he even gives the example of the 4-year-old niece who is the niece of George Floyd. And of course, a lot of attention paid to George Floyd, very little to the niece, because that was, an accidental drive-by. But let me come to one other point before we move on, and that is, Liberty, when we talk about this kind of breakdown, and I love the illustration from Walter Williams, and I've heard a variety of others mention that as well. You didn't lock your doors, you didn't worry about that, and because of the breakdown of the family, we really are dealing with a spiritual and moral freefall, which leads me to the last paragraph, because he says, Black America must be the agent of its own uplift. We need more mentors, more truth tellers, more builders. We need a new generation with the moral courage to call out hypocrisy. Whether it wears a suit or holds a sign, we need to stop fighting over who hurts more and start fighting for what heals best. And so that's really one of the things he's tried to do through the Woodson Center, through the 1776 campaign, and a variety of other things, because if we are going to convince ourselves that by passing another set of laws, this is going to change, it's not. Because much of what he talks about in this piece is really cultural and spiritual, isn't it?
It is, and I'm so glad that he ended that way. When you look at the statistics on how family formation impacts a child and their outcomes in life, it does not matter what racial background they're from or what ethnicity, fatherlessness or father neglect, that is going to have a negative impact no matter what. When you have more fathers and men involved in kids' lives in positive ways, then that is going to have a positive effect. So I think this is an opportunity as well for the church to show unity and say, let's rebuild the family as the foundational unit of our nation and our society. And something that a lot of young people, I like to highlight it whenever I can, but I don't think they're aware of, is the success sequence about getting married, graduating high school, then getting married, and then having kids. If you're going to do those activities, do them in that order. And across all demographics, that gives you a 97% chance of staying out of poverty. And so there's just so much research on that. And that is where, again, I think just rebuilding the family, focusing on what heals, and that is going to impact the communities that are hurting most right now, but it impacts everybody in a positive way.
And, Shelby Steele, the black scholar from the Hoover Institute, talks about this, and he stresses that progressive whites have been sort of the people who have led a lot of this because of this guilt among progressive whites. They want to pass laws and welfare and other things that they feel like help minorities. And then those minorities, for instance, if you pass welfare legislation, we're only giving money to mothers with children. Then if I'm a mother with a child, a black mother with a child, and I get married, I lose my welfare. Then maybe I just have a live-in boyfriend, and you end up getting these situations where you don't have the men around the house. Oftentimes, these policies that are pressed by progressive whites who have this guilt complex end up creating more problems among the communities than they solve.
And again, this goes back to first what happened in the African-American community. Now it's happened in the Anglo community. And you and I growing up, we'd hear things like, first comes love, then comes marriage, then comes the baby in a baby carriage. And that's the same idea. But you go back to the 1960s, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, we quoted him him yesterday, was actually talking about the fact that if we see this rising level of illegitimacy, of babies out of birth or unwedlock birth, people use different phrases and some like them better than others, that first began in the black community, but it's now also happened in the white community, and it's back to family formation. If there's no dad around and there's no real structure, it also relates very much to one of the articles I wrote earlier in the week, and that is they're starting to find, interesting enough, Leonard Sachs found out that actually liberal parents have many more problems with their kids than conservative parents. And he actually at one point said there really was no difference between the two, but now it is dramatic. Dr. Leonard Sachs, that's the August 6th commentary, goes into it in some detail because it goes back to permissive parenting or just absent parents in the first place. And we shouldn't be surprised by some of that has taken place. Lots to talk about. We'll continue that conversation right after these important messages.
Do you love to read books but don't do it enough? That's me. The most interesting people in my life are those who read a lot of books. Why do I not read as many books as I'd like? Why do I have a stack of them on my bedside table that never seems to get shorter? It's not that I don't read. Computers and phones give us things to read all day. Fear of missing out keeps some of us clicking and reading. Megan Cox-Gurdon reviews children's books for the Wall Street Journal. She has a potent message for adults in a recent journal column. Put down the phone and pull out a book. In her piece, she describes a culture in which reading is increasingly alien. Ms. Gurdon points to research showing that even college English majors are losing the ability to interpret metaphorical language. And, she writes, high school students taking the SAT are no longer expected to understand passages longer than 150 words. In recent decades, especially in public schools, classic works of literature are being sidelined. Books entertain us, they teach us. Megan Gurdon puts it beautifully, saying they join the minds of men and women long dead with those alive today. But reading books is vanishing from our world because we live as if it doesn't matter. We are on our phones. I do read books for radio interviews. I consider it an honor to interview the author of a book, so I normally read those books to the end. Christian authors write to encourage faith and goodness, to spread grace and truth, to clear up misconceptions, and to help people think about God and the world He created. Christians of all people ought to be readers. And yes, audiobooks count as reading. As summer ends, join me in ditching my phone more often and picking up a book. Let's make it a habit. For Point of View, I'm Penna Dexter.
You're listening to Point of View, your listener-supported source for truth.
Back once again, we're going to be talking about one of the articles we've posted having to do with the issue of debanking. Now, that's something we've talked about before. As a matter of fact, I think I did my first column about debanking years ago when Nigel Farage, who is a British citizen and an individual that at the time was kind of leading what was called Brexit, and all of a sudden he was being informed by the bank that he'd worked with for years that they no longer wanted his money and they were no longer going to provide him with any kind of services. And he suspected a lot of it had to do with the fact that he was dealing with the issue of Brexit. Well, since that time, we've seen all sorts of different examples, including some of the things that were being said by President Trump this week. But even recently, when we've had Lathan Watts on, and by the way, he'll be on next Wednesday, he's with Alliance Defending Freedom. They've been working behind the scenes to make sure that banks don't do this as much. But over time, you've had Operation Choke Point. You've had attempts to maybe debank individuals that were selling firearms, saying, well, we can't get rid of firearms because of the Second Amendment. We can make it real hard for people to obtain firearms. Those that were involved in crypto or Bitcoin or things of that nature, or those who maybe weren't following DEI. You've got all sorts of examples. And just the other day, you had one of the leaders, I think it was one of the co-founders of PayPal, telling Joe Rogan that he knew at least of 24 individuals in Silicon Valley who were being debanked for this, that, or another reason. So it went from thinking, well, this is an occasional problem, to something that now President Trump says it is time to write an executive order. So I mentioned that earlier in the week. We'll talk about it with certainly Lathan Watts. But this one by Larry Kudlow, I think, if nothing else, is a reminder that as much as you would think that doesn't happen too often, it seems like it's significant enough that Donald Trump needs to write an executive order on it.
Yes, it's something that just recently sort of emerged in the public headlines as Donald Trump has highlighted it, because there's apparently been several cases about this. And, you know, you can understand a bank thinking if you're money laundering, if you're engaged in illegal drugs or something of that nature, then the bank wants to get away from you and cancel your account. But many of these people are standard major figures and have, in some cases, taken on media presence because of what they've been doing. But you kind of wonder if this is a major figure and they're willing to deposit millions, hundreds of millions, and apparently Donald Trump case, $1 billion in the bank, why wouldn't you take that?
Yes. Well, and again, sometimes it is said, well, I just changed our policy, or reputational risk, which was interesting because one of those that was debanked was a Christian ministry that was actually providing all sorts of funds for individuals in Uganda. Well, they were saying, well, maybe because they're working overseas, that was the reason why they would do that. But in other cases, you've had individuals that were senators and others. And of course, Donald Trump himself has said, I was debanked by J.P. Morgan as well as Bank of America. But I remember watching recently Eric Trump. He was at a Bitcoin conference saying, as soon as my father went into office, all the banks that used to take our phone call didn't take our phone call anymore. And again, I'm like you. I would take money from anybody, but all of a sudden they wouldn't return their phone calls. And eventually they just say, we just don't need to have your particular reputational risk with our bank. And so as a result, that's something that has become really concerning, because sometimes the people that are most affected by this aren't people like Donald Trump that can fight back. Yeah,
and that's, what I was thinking too. It's wrong when you hear about political figures or people of higher status facing this issue. But it can be a little bit harder, I think, sometimes for maybe the average person to feel sorry for a billionaire. But if they can do it to Donald Trump, then can they eventually do it to Trump voters? And can they do it to other organizations, like you mentioned, Christian ministries that they don't like? And if that sets a precedent, then is any, American citizen potentially or figure going to wonder which bank that they are going to be able to find business at because of maybe their political persuasion or the things that they're involved in. So it just seems very dangerous ground to me.
There was a time where some of the banks were reluctant to take companies that were involved in cryptocurrency in various ways. One, it could be used for money laundering in some ways. In others, there was concerns that if you're a cryptocurrency and you're bringing in this, and sometimes cryptocurrency is not necessarily backed by anything. Stable coins are, but cryptocurrency isn't. And there was concern that if something started happening and you were pulling your money out, or the value of what you were depositing no longer existed, it could affect the bank. So I can understand there were some concerns going into the crypto world, because it is so. I still don't understand all the things that are going on in the crypto world. So. I can see a bank raising a red flag there, but with certain people who have clear assets and money and so forth, it should not be and this for liberals as well. If Bernie Sanders has millions of dollars, if he wants to deposit in a bank, they should take him.
Yeah. Well, and again, you might understand that one when I said Mark Andreessen, who was on Joseph Rogan, and some of that might have been cryptocurrency, but a lot of those people in Silicon Valley were not involved in that. There's another aspect that you can relate to. That is during the pandemic, Joseph Mercola was debanked. And of course, he's taken some pretty strong stands about viruses and about vaccines and about pharmacies and things like that. So, you can see how in some respects, just almost anything could be controversial. And whereas before we talked about the cancel culture, it's one thing to cancel your particular website or your particular social media. It's another thing to cancel your bank resources as well.
Right. And nobody should care. I mean, banks are meant to be there for you to put your money in, and who I bank with shouldn't be anybody's business, and the bank shouldn't care as long as they are not seeing anything unusual going on. I mean, if I'm putting in hundreds of thousands of dollars and then sending them out to various places, that can raise a red flag. But otherwise, the bank should be neutral to all depositors.
Yeah. Well, again, let me just before we take a break mention that next hour we're going to get into tariffs, and I'm going to get into a couple of the columns by Dr. Merrill Matthews. First of all, just the whole issue of the tariff impact on the pharmaceutical industry, because you've been our expert on that regard. Also on the issue of a Worker Rebate Act. He smiles as soon as we start talking about that, and so we'll talk about tariffs for a while. Then I want to talk with Liberty, because we've got some interesting things happening. First of all, of course, the big, beautiful bill defunded Planned Parenthood, as well as, of course, we can talk about NPR and a number of others. Matter of fact, one of our articles is from NPR. But then we have one particular judge that wanted to prevent that, so we're going to look at that issue. And while we're talking about that, we'll also get into whether or not we're going to maybe have genetically modified babies, designer babies. And so these are all very important issues that we think need to be discussed, and certainly we'll be talking about them here on Point of View. So if nothing else, Dr. Matthews, I'll let you kind of lead the way here in this next hour on the issue of tariffs, because we are hearing all sorts of comments about what these tariffs might mean, but also the cost and even the idea of having a worker rebatement act is kind of interesting. So we'll cover some of that. But just before we do so, let me mention again, just as we go to a break, that as we have mentioned so often, Point of View is a listener-supported program. It's been something we've been doing for more than 50 years. Marlon started the show back in 1972, as hard as it is to believe. And we had very few listeners back then, but those people back in the 70s and 80s, and I started at least working with Marlon as a guest in the 1980s and then became a guest host in 1986, I recognize that people that invested then were able to have an impact in the 1990s and the 2000s. And so think about what you might want to do to pay it forward. We recognize only about 1% of all the people that listen to this program have ever sent in a donation. So if you're one of that 99% and you said, I've heard some really interesting things here today, I learned a little bit more about that and appreciate what you're doing, could you be one of those people that might chip in $10? And it's real easy to do. Just go to the website, pointofview.net, click on the button that says Give Now, or respond to the email. We'll be right back.
The Bible tells us not to worry. And yet, there is a lot of worrying stuff in our world today. Thankfully, the Bible doesn't stop at telling us not to worry. God gives us a next step. He says we need to pray. But sometimes, even knowing what to pray can be difficult. And that is why Point of View has relaunched our Pray for America movement, a series of weekly emails to guide you in prayer for our nation. Each week, you'll receive a brief update about a current issue affecting Americans, along with a written prayer that you can easily share with others. We'll also include a short free resource for you in each email so you can learn more about the issue at hand. Will you commit to pray for America? Go to pointofview.net. Click on the Pray for America banner at the top of the page to subscribe. Again, that's pointofview.net. click on the Pray for America banner. Let's pray together for God to make a difference in America. Point of View will continue after this.
I just wanted to tell you, too, how much I have appreciated Point of View over the years. I've always been taught that we take care of our own, and I feel like Point of View is one of our own because of the Christian worldview that you do promote. And so I have become a partner today, and I just want to thank you so much, and just God bless you for all that you do.
Listen, I wanted to make a quick comment. I'm a relatively new listener to the show, and I really kind of stumbled upon it more than anything because I'm doing some driving now that I wasn't in the past. And my comment really is, I think you guys and gals are more right on about the assessment of this country right now than anything I've heard. You know, I go home and I tell my wife, you've got to hear what they're talking about on the show. It's just so right on. And I tell my parents the same thing.
I'm 25 years old, and I started listening to Point of View about 4 years ago, and it has changed the way that I think and the way that I view the world around me.
Point of View Radio Talk Show.
Hi, this is Kerby Anderson. You know, each day we take on the tough issues and provide a biblical perspective to them. The topics we cover are wide-ranging: apologetics, theology, prophecy, creation and evolution, intelligent design, marriage, family, child-rearing, the millennial generation, trends in society, politics, economics, business, religious liberty, the Constitution, public policy, foreign policy, military policy, tensions in the Middle East, abortion, homosexuality, pornography, sexual ethics, media, technology, history, and America's godly heritage. We talk about anything that affects your faith, your family, or your freedom. So don't go anywhere, because Point of View continues right now.
Across America, live. This is Point of View. And now, Kerby Anderson.
Second hour today, we're going to talk about tariffs for a while. Then we're going to get into everything from abortion to genetic engineering, and a very good piece by Penna Dexter encouraging everyone to read more books. So I think you'll enjoy this conversation. But let's take you back to April 2nd, 2025. Can you believe it? Now we've had 4 months of tariffs. That was supposed to be Liberation Day, but Dr. Merrill Matthews has been kind of the skeptic on tariffs. But we've got two pieces. One, which I think is kind of interesting, and that is the whole issue of pharmaceuticals. And that is, obviously, Donald Trump would like to onshore more of the production of pharmaceuticals, some of which is taking place in China and India and a variety of other places in terms of some of the basics. And you are recommending a 0-0 tariff. And then we'll get into the bigger issue, and that is, well, given the fact that the tariffs are kind of like a tax, maybe we should provide a rebate. So what about the pharmaceutical issue? You're our expert on medical policy, and it seems to me that people do benefit from some of these very important pharmaceuticals, but many of those, as we found out during the pandemic, are manufactured offshore.
Yeah, offshore. Yes, and when Donald Trump announced the agreement with the European Union, they apparently, there was some confusion here, but they apparently excluded pharmaceuticals from that because he has I think the Justice Department doing an investigation of this to try to find out what the real issues are behind the pharmaceuticals and so forth. The European Union thought it was included, and apparently, I think right now it's still a little vague, but that it was included in generics made in the European Union. But the European Union is a big manufacturer of what we call API, the active pharmaceutical ingredients that go into the drugs. So about 43% of active pharmaceutical ingredients are made in Europe, and a big share of that's made in Ireland. Ireland lowered their tax rates.
That's right.
Attracted a lot of companies and have done very well with that. And so the European Union was hoping that the pharmaceuticals would be included in the 15%. It's not clear yet. Trump has threatened a 200% tariff on pharmaceuticals. Then he went up to 250%. He said he'd be making an announcement sometime soon. He's also suggested that that tariff might not apply for another year. So it's a big issue. Now, some are made in China, some are also made in India. Typically, that's going to be more generics rather than the brand name drugs. Mm-hmm. And supplements are China and India are the real homes of all the supplements people are tend to take. So anyway, we don't know what's going to happen on that yet. But I argue that if you're going to impose a huge tariff on pharmaceuticals, that only raises the price of pharmaceuticals at a time when Donald Trump is trying to pressure pharmaceutical companies to lower their price. In fact, he's come out recently and said just end of July, he signed another executive order calling for what he called most favored nation in pharmaceuticals, which he says we want to have the price for Americans at the lowest price that pharmaceutical companies give to the various developed economies. Typically in the other economies, they are government-run healthcare systems. So a pharmaceutical company comes and they negotiate with the government, and the government says, either you sell at this price or we won't provide it in our country. And so there's just a range of different prices. Many of them are lower than what we have here. Interestingly, both Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly have said, because we want to make sure people have access to our drugs that help reduce weight, they're going to, if you go directly to the company, you're going to be able to get it at half price. Mm-hmm. Now that's interesting because we go through in this country middlemen called pharmacy benefit managers, right. Mm-hmm. which negotiate prices. They're supposed to lower the prices, but they often keep a fair chunk of that money for themselves on the way to giving us lower prices. So it's interesting that you can. That both Lilly and Novo Nordisk are going to allow people to have access to drug if you go directly to them at roughly half the price that you'd pay for it if you went to the pharmacy. It's fairly high. It's like $1,400. You'll be able to get it for significantly less. And interestingly, Mark Cuban has a nonprofit organization.
Mm-hmm. We talked about that last time.
Yeah, they charge what they pay for the drugs plus 10%. Excuse me. And there's an awful lot of brand name drugs there that you can get at significantly lower prices because they aren't going through the pharmacy benefit managers. So this is all in flux right now. We don't know where this is going to go and where it's going to land. But Americans want to get cheaper drugs. I agree with that. How they go about doing it could be a question.
But to get rid of the middleman is one of those issues. One other thing I thought we focused on Europe, but let's talk about China for just a minute, because some people were saying, I don't understand why Trump did this to China and India, because if you look at the few drugs that come from China because they have certain particular, you had a key word, I forget about it right now, but those kind of ingredients.
Active pharmaceutical ingredients.
Yeah, some of those key ingredients, if they didn't also have a tariff against India, well, then China just get them from India is the argument there. So some of the tariffs really didn't seem to make sense unless you peer beyond what was going on, because they were really dealing with this whole supply chain for drugs, right?
And if you track what's happening in supply chains, China is now shipping a lot of its material. China actually is increasing its exports. It's going up.
Yes.
But it's shipping those to other countries like Vietnam and other places,
there you go.
Which may be sort of an intermediate that they can then take it and try to get it if they have lower tariffs. Trump has said, if I remember right, he's imposing, I believe, a 25% tariff on anything that he sees as being shipped from one country to a high tariff country to a lower tariff country. He wants to try to impose a tariff on there. And this has become really, really difficult for companies that are trying to manage these supply chains and try to figure out where it's going to be, what it's going to be, because the tariff can change sometimes from day to day. I mean, Brazil had a certain tariff, and then all of a sudden, because they're going after Jair Bolsonaro, they now have a 50% tariff.
Yes.
So if you thought you were going to be able to get the coffee from Brazil at a fairly low tariff, now it goes up to 50%.
And again, it's that unpredictability. We had one of the individuals from the Young Voices with us a while back, and his biggest complaint, apart from the fact that tariffs don't make a great deal of sense anyway, is the on-again, off-again. I mean, the unpredictability of this. If there's one thing that Wall Street and Main Street doesn't like, it's the unpredictability. And sometimes from day to day, the Trump tariffs change, don't they?
That's absolutely right. And this is where it's going to go to the Supreme Court.
Yes.
And there are new discussions now that if the Supreme Court strikes down many of Trump's tariffs, and I suspect it will, then the U.S. government may have to pay back the tariffs that it took from those countries. I don't know if that's actually the case, but there's a growing discussion of whether or not, if that's the case, we will have to refund those tariffs to countries.
So we're going to take a break, and then we'll get into the other aspect of tariffs, because Dr. Merrill Matthews asked this question, Liberty, are you ready for Hawley bucks?
I don't think so.
And we're talking about Senator Josh Hawley, and we really appreciate him, but there's sometimes when you do roll your eyes, and this may be one of those. So again, we'll come back and talk about this whole issue of tariffs. And if you have a comment or a question, 1-800-351-1212. I think, again, on the one hand, we don't like countries ripping us off. That's been his argument. But we also like some predictability, and we have very little of that right now. So we'll come back and talk about Hawley bucks right after this.
This is Viewpoints with Kerby Anderson.
Perhaps you've heard of the heckler's veto. This occurs when someone who disagrees with a speaker's message triggers actions or protests to disrupt the event and get the speech canceled. We've seen this tactic on university campuses primarily used against conservative speakers. You know, I thought of this tactic when I read about the controversy surrounding expensive security fees charged against Turning Point USA at a Texas university just 30 miles from our radio studio. The administration charged the conservative group $28,000 for security without obtaining permission for the charges. The justification for the huge charges apparently was based on subjectively evaluating possible actions in which protesters might engage. It doesn't appear that any major protest took place, but consider the precedent this might set. If a university administration thinks a particular speaker or conference might draw protesters, they would feel free to charge huge amounts for security. The ADF has written to the campus police about their actions because the university charged outrageous security fees for 2 small campus events simply because of the fear of how others might react. And they argue that this security fee is essentially a heckler's veto. I suspect this might become a new tactic used by radical groups. Threaten a protest or even a riot, and the university feels the need to charge the sponsoring group so much that the group must cancel. And over the years, I have scheduled speakers to address controversial topics like climate change, radical Islam, and gender confusion. And if I was confronted with such an outrageously expensive bill, I would probably have to cancel. This might become a new tactic to silence free speech. I'm Kerby Anderson, and that's my point of view.
Go deeper on topics like you just heard by visiting pointofview.net. That's pointofview.net. You're listening to Point of View, your listener-supported source for truth.
A little bit of education on tariffs. And of course, as I said, go back to April 2nd, and that was supposed to be a liberation day, but it hasn't been all that liberating because these tariffs do cost somebody, and many of the businesses and that are paying for that then pass that on to the consumers. And so in order to deal with this, Senator Josh Hawley from Missouri has introduced the American Worker Rebate Act, and you suggest, Dr. Matthews, that it's a plan to rob Peter in order to pay Peter. So explain this for a minute.
So we are getting money in from tariffs, roughly about $30 billion a month. Typically, in a year, they'll get $75 to $80 billion. Right now, we've already taken in $150 billion, and we're halfway through the year. Yeah. So we could easily be looking at $300 or $350 billion if nothing changes, and the tariffs may change one way or the other. So we don't know. And so what Senator Hawley is doing is saying we're getting all this wealth into the country, and so let's refund that to the American people. But the wealth that's coming in is from the American people. This is the American people paying the tariffs, and so Senator Hawley wants to create a plan, and this is based upon what he did with Bernie Sanders in handing out checks to people during COVID-19.
Yes.
So he wants to do something along that lines and create a new entitlement program where you're handing out checks to most people, not higher income people, I don't think, but it's mostly, he has limits where on income. But my point is in this is you're taking money from Americans and having to pay higher prices because of the tariffs, but now you're going to hand it back to Americans because they're having to pay higher prices for tariffs. And just generally speaking, wouldn't it be better not to have the tariffs and leave the money with us, and then you don't have to hand it back to us? And there's just a few problems with this. Number one, if people entitlements, money coming back to people, they want to keep that going. So at some point, the tariffs might go away. You might have a new president coming in. You might have the Supreme Court who says most of these tariffs are illegal. If you no longer have the tariff money coming in, but people who are starting to get money back, they want that money continue coming in. So, and I said this gets close to, it's not exactly a universal basic income that we've talked about, but it's getting closer to it. So it's just, I find it odd. And President Trump, as I heard today, I think yesterday, said he wants this money reducing the federal budget or the federal deficit. If that's what he keeps it doing, then at least you have some basis for trying to bring this money in. It's money coming from Americans, but at least it would be reducing the federal deficit. But right now we're looking at a federal deficit around $1.9 trillion for the fiscal year 2025. So if you get in $150 billion, that reduces it some, but it's not a lot.
Yeah. Well, and at Liberty, we've talked about the possible new mayor of New York City, Zohan Mamdani. And of course, he would believe in universal basic income, and Bernie Sanders would. And it sure sounds a little bit like all of a sudden we've got a Republican here, Josh Hawley, talking about the same kind of thing. We'll just keep paying people because we know how expensive it is. And the key word that Democrats are using, Elizabeth Warren used it so many times in an interview the other day, affordability. And so we want to give people affordability. But if I understand that, it sure looks a lot like socialism to me.
Yeah, it's manufactured affordability, because if it was affordable, you wouldn't need a check from the government. You know, if I ask my 6-year-old to do an extra chore and I say, I'll give you 50 cents, and sometimes he's so generous, he'll come back and say, here, Mom, I've got a gift for you. I'm giving you a quarter. And I say, oh, thank you so much. But, you know, it was my money to begin with. And I kind of feel like, you know, are we being duped here? So it's the American taxpayers' money. And so, but hey, it feels good to get a check in the mail sometimes, I guess. You know,
it's interesting because you hear people making these statements. I think Hawley makes a statement. We have so much money coming into the country, but the money, it's not coming into the country. The money's here. It's already here in the country. We're paying the tariffs, and then you want to hand it back. And then the other issue is, if you start handing out this money and people start spending it, do you end up increasing inflation, which is what we had with the handouts from the COVID-19. As money started coming into people, they hadn't seen that money before, they started spending it, and you had this push, this pressure, this upward pricing pressure, and increasing inflation. So you could make the case that doing this would actually be inflationary, which would prohibit the Federal Reserve Bank from lowering interest rates, which Donald Trump really wants them to do. So.
Well, let's get to first principles. First of all, at a time when we're handing out money, you would think that we were actually making our budget and actually balancing the budget. And it takes a long, long time to go back in history to find the last time we had a balanced budget. Because even during the so-called 1990s, my argument is they were even then borrowing from the Social Security Trust Fund.
We had a surplus, but we were borrowing money from the Social Security to make it look like a surplus.
We have people claiming that Bill Clinton gave us a balanced budget and Newt Gingrich and Bill Clinton created that. No, they didn't even then. So first of all, not only do we not have a balanced budget, but you just said something in passing. Let's just remind ourselves, when you say $1.9 trillion, let's just round it up to $2 trillion, that's $2,000 billion every year. That's not just over the length of the time over the last, say, generation or something of that nature. It took from George Washington to Ronald Reagan to get a national debt of $1 trillion. Now we have every single year $2 trillion in round numbers. Or to put it more in particular, I was saying this off the air, every quarter we have $500 billion of debt that we have to finance. Since they didn't finance it in the second quarter, and now we're getting into the third quarter, we're actually going to have to finance $1 trillion from July to the end of September. And that's just a lot of money. And then to say, well, we'll just give back a portion of money coming in on tariffs is just, again, like an individual, since we'll use an illustration kind of like Liberty used, that, well, we are just absolutely maxed out on our credit cards, but somebody gave us $50, so we're going to give $10 to each one of our kids.
And one of the reasons why countries and Americans, companies intend to buy these, but countries have been increasingly unwilling to buy it because as the dollar declines, the dollar's been declining, the value of the dollar, the value of the debt they're taking on is declining as well. And so they don't feel like it's a great investment.
Yes. Well, and again, that brings back to something you and I just mentioned in passing, and that is stable coins. We ought to probably do a whole thing, something on what stable coins are, because right now, Scott Bessent, who is this Treasury Secretary, really has been pushing stable coins. We just had the Genius Act, which gives us that. And again, if you're not familiar, you have various companies, many of which are offshore, that have done stable coins. Now, what that is a digital dollar. But in order for them to issue a digital dollar, so somebody in Nigeria or Kenya or in Hong Kong or Singapore, wherever they might be, can have access to a digital dollar, they have to back it up by buying what? Treasuries, those things that nobody's buying right now. Japan's not buying them because they're broke. Russia can't buy them because we excluded them. China's not buying them
because they're mad. Mad at us.
So this is where we find ourselves. And back to this issue of inflation. One of the books I've read cover to cover, and we're going to probably bring the guest on, is The Big Print. You might remember back in 2008, they talked about the big sort and all of that was taking place at the time. But there is this idea that eventually we're going to have to print the dollars to buy the various treasuries, or we're going to have to sell more and more of those stable coins. And so the bottom line is, if you don't understand all the technical stuff, the United States is not just broke. The United States is $37 trillion past broke, and to then want to hand out holly bucks just doesn't make a great deal of sense.
And the other thing is that when countries or businesses won't buy our debt, we have to raise the interest rate in order to attract them. And in doing that, then you put more debt upon the federal government. So you're sort of exacerbating the problem.
And, of course, have you noticed a little bit of tension right now between President Trump and Jerome Powell, who is the chairman of the Federal Reserve?
A little bit.
I haven't seen that.
They now want him to resign. And what's the issue? He wants to lower the interest rates, because every percentage of interest, just think of it, 1% on $1 trillion just in the third quarter, how that would be so much more significant.
And Powell has said we probably would have if we weren't so concerned about the tariffs raising prices and therefore increasing inflation.
Well, again, we got into economics a little bit more than you might have wanted to hear, but I think the bottom line is when you're broke, you don't give out more money. And I think that's kind of the argument. But if you'd like to read the piece, again, Dr. Merrill Matthews talks about the Worker Rebatement Act. And just before we take a break, let me mention again, we have our $10, that sounds pretty small now, plan. But when we come back, Liberty, I want to come to you because one of the most surprising things that came from this particular bill in Congress, defunding Planned Parenthood. What does that mean? We'll talk about that right after this.
You already know that Point of View relies on people like you, listeners, to stay on the air. And here's something that you might not know. Only 1% of Point of View's listening audience currently gives. You heard that right, just 1%. But we've done the math, and if every listener, including you, gave just $10, that would be enough to fund Point of View for an entire year. So here is my challenge to you. If you have never given before, please spare $10 to help keep truth on the air. Your support will fund the daily broadcast as well as additional resources that equip listeners to apply God's truth in their own lives. In short, Americans need Point of View and we need you. Give your $10 online at pointofview.net. Or you can give by calling toll-free 1-800-347-5151. That's pointofview.net and 800-347-5151. Point of View will continue after this. You are listening to Point of View. The opinions expressed on Point of View do not necessarily reflect the views of the management or staff of this station. And now, here again, is Kerby Anderson.
Back once again in studio, Liberty McArtor as well as Merrill Matthews, and we certainly want to point you to another article. This one comes from Marjorie Dannenfelser. She's been on the program with us before. Susan B. Anthony organization, and certainly looking at the pro-life issues. And she points out that as our country celebrated Independence Day this year, President Trump and pro-life leaders in Congress delivered the biggest victory for unborn babies and their mothers since the Dobbs decision, which was significant, and that is stopping forced taxpayer funding of the big abortion industry with the One Big Beautiful Bill. And of course, that was to defund Planned Parenthood. She goes in and talks about some of the attempts in the past to do so, and this is significant. But then, of course, she also acknowledges that you have one, I guess you could say, rogue federal judge that has prevented that from being implemented. But her argument is judicial activism won't restore Planned Parenthood's federal funding. That is, I think, a foregone conclusion. And it brings us to something Liberty want to talk about. You have, of course, written a booklet years ago on a biblical view on the abortion pill, and now a more recent one on a biblical view on chemical abortion. Almost 2/3 of all the abortions are taking place through chemical abortions and pills anyway. But nevertheless, you still have abortion centers, and Chuck Schumer even predicts that as many as 200 abortion centers around the country will close for good. That's good news for the pro-life movement, isn't it?
It's very good news. I was very happy about this victory that came out of the Big Beautiful Bill and the representatives who tirelessly pushed to keep this in the final version. And so, again, if you are saying, okay, well, because these facilities can't receive federal dollars anymore, then the fact that up to 200 are going to close, more specifically 38 in 2025 already, then, of course, federal tax dollars were still supporting abortion. And so the pro-choice movement wanted to say they weren't, but just a couple of numbers from the most recent report from Planned Parenthood, after Dobbs, their number of abortions actually increased by nearly 10,000. So getting rid of Roe versus Wade, still a huge victory, but that didn't eliminate abortions. And then 96.9%, so basically 97% of pregnant women who went to a Planned Parenthood in 2022 and 2023, they were sold an abortion, almost 100%.
Yes.
So they are obviously, they say, well, it's not, your tax dollars aren't actually funding the abortion procedure, but it's keeping the lights on in Planned Parenthood so that they could continue to perform abortions. So the good news is that's not happening anymore. The bad news, though, is that we do have so many abortions happening with the abortion pill now. And the gloves are off, so to speak. And I think we are just seeing more and more evidence of how little the abortion industry actually cares about women because of the ways they are willing to just send these dangerous pills through the mail without a doctor prescribing them, no physical checks on the women receiving them. And pregnancy centers are starting to see very traumatic things in the ways that this is affecting women and even young girls.
Let me just hold this up. This is, of course, the one on a Christian view on the abortion bill. Of course, we have one on a biblical view on chemical abortion. And if you run a pregnancy resource center, I think you should get some copies of this because certainly Liberty's done a good job of not only talking about the dangers, but also some of the legislative issues. And it, I think, illustrates, Dr. Matthews, something very different. It used to be that if you wanted to prevent an abortion, you might be able to stand in front of an abortion clinic and talk to an abortion-minded woman and help her understand what she may be encountering and some of the regrets she might have. But now, more and more, unless you're standing in front of a pharmacy or maybe even standing in front of the mailbox, it's really kind of changed the whole pro-life movement, hasn't it?
It has, and I'm wondering to what extent the private sector money might come in and begin to pick up some of the centers that have losing the federal funding, because we've talked about this with public radio, that you may have private money come in to help offset the loss of federal funds. And I'm wondering if I haven't seen anything on this, but to what extent might private money come in and help these abortion centers?
I think that that's happening, especially in states where abortion is still legal. And so you've got a lot of states now after Roe where abortion is completely banned, like Texas, or after 6 weeks, very strong pro-life laws. In some of the other states, they're going extreme in the opposite direction. Absolutely no regulation at all. I think those are the places where you're going to watch, and those are also the places where they are sending pills out across state lines. And so I think there is a lot of money right now going into abortion providers' ability to do that and more effectively to send those pills across state lines.
And in some cases, it's not just sending pills across state lines. In many cases, the states are actually advertising. They're flouting the fact that we are still a pro-abortion state, so come here if you need to. So we have these new terms we didn't used to have, abortion tourism.
Yeah, or companies, and this is something that really irks me, who maybe have lackluster maternity leave policies, but they'll pay for you to travel across state lines to get an abortion. So not very pro-woman, if you ask me.
So what can you do in terms of helping us understand where we are? Because I know that it was Judge Kaczmarek, which was one of the judges, used to be with First Liberty, interestingly enough, who actually raised some significant questions about the approval process through the FDA. And one of the things in your booklet on a biblical view on chemical abortion gives us kind of an update on what could take place in the future if indeed this is supposed to be a pro-life administration.
Well, what a lot of people don't realize is that when the abortion pill was legalized by the FDA, approved, a lot of obstacles were just completely leapt over and skipped. It was a push by the Clinton administration to get this approved. And so now you have the Trump administration that has said they are willing to look into this. You have a lot of studies coming out, great research being done by pro-life organizations pointing to how dangerous they are. They cause more complications for the mother even than surgical abortion. And so if they want to try to undo that approval, then they're going to keep bringing this data forward. And so that's something that the health secretary, RFK, has said that he's willing to look into. And so I hope that pro-lifers keep putting the pressure on the Trump administration to follow through on those promises.
And we've talked about the media and their lack of highlighting things like Democratic gerrymandering, but also with the abortion pill. The media just seem to be fairly quiet on this.
Remember back in the days when there was the issue of AIDS and contact tracing and everything, and people at the time in the 1980s said that if it weren't for the fact that AIDS was tied to the homosexual issue, the kind of standard things that you would do in medical procedure would have been done, but because it was tied into that particular right of sexuality, we didn't follow those same rules. I think this is the same kind of thing. If this were a pill that had to do with anything other than actually forming an abortion, I suspect that we would have had a lot more oversight over the abortion pills than we've had. And so it's a good example, again, where Planned Parenthood and the pro-abortion industry, as well as maybe working with the media, have failed to cover some of the things that Liberty talks about in her booklet.
Yes, if you had major complications coming from this with the standard pills of some type, the media would be doing the investigative reporting, and we'd be hearing lots of stories about those kinds of issues, but we really just don't hear much about it at all.
And what's interesting, too, is that you have kind of a lot of Americans who are skeptical of the elite class or experts, and we've talked about that. And so in almost any issue, the same group of people would be saying, trust your doctor, you can't take care of things at home, home remedies don't work. Oh, but by the way, give yourself an abortion at home. That's totally fine and that's safe. And it's just, it doesn't make sense.
That is such a good argument. And by the way, let me just again recognize that we do have some resources for you. This one, a biblical point of view on abortion. How could I really speak to an abortion-minded woman? What are some of the better arguments? Again, these are fairly readable, can be read in about 10 minutes. Of course, Liberty's one on abortion pill, and the most recent one on chemical abortion would give you some facts and figures. And again, if you're in a pregnancy resource center or you are working with a pro-life ministry of some sort, I would encourage you to get some of those resources, because those will help you make the case, because we're going to have to certainly reach these abortion-minded women but we're going to have to find other ways to do so. And of course, we've talked about that with Chelsea, because her whole organization sometimes will meet people online. And so these are some great resources as well. When we come back from the break, though, I thought we'd talk a little bit about genetic engineering for just a minute. And one of the things we're going to talk about is gene splicing, which is called CRISPR. People say, what does that stand for? Okay, I'll give this before the break. Clustered, regularly interspaced, short palindromic repeats, which is why you can see why we call it cluster and CRISPR. So we'll come back and talk about this, because this was a piece that appeared in NPR, and you found this to be quite interesting, Dr. Matthews. So the quest to create genetically modified babies is getting a reboot. So we're going to talk about that right after these important messages.
Do you love to read books but don't do it enough? That's me. The most interesting people in my life are those who read a lot of books. Why do I not read as many books as I'd like? Why do I have a stack of them on my bedside table that never seems to get shorter? It's not that I don't read. Computers and phones give us things to read all day. Fear of missing out keeps some of us clicking and reading. Megan Cox-Gurdon reviews children's books for the Wall Street Journal. She has a potent message for adults in a recent journal column. Put down the phone and pull out a book. In her piece, she describes a culture in which reading is increasingly alien. Ms. Gurdon points to research showing that even college English majors are losing the ability to interpret metaphorical language. And, she writes, high school students taking the SAT are no longer expected to understand passages longer than 150 words. In recent decades, especially in public schools, classic works of literature are being sidelined. Books entertain us, they teach us. Megan Gurdon puts it beautifully, saying they join the minds of men and women long dead with those alive today. But reading books is vanishing from our world because we live as if it doesn't matter. We are on our phones. I do read books for radio interviews. I consider it an honor to interview the author of a book, so I normally read those books to the end. Christian authors write to encourage faith and goodness, to spread grace and truth, to clear up misconceptions, and to help people think about God and the world He created. Christians of all people ought to be readers. And yes, audiobooks count as reading. As summer ends, join me in ditching my phone more often and picking up a book. Let's make it a habit. For Point of View, I'm Penna Dexter.
You're listening to Point of View, your listener-supported source for truth.
Back for a few more minutes. Let me just hold up my booklet on genetic engineering. We'd be glad to make that available to you. It's very easy to read. I might also mention, those of you that are supporters of Point of View, we've done an entire issue on what's called transhumanism and genetic engineering. But this particular article is one that Dr. Matthews pointed me to, and it came from All Things Considered there at NPR. Rob Stein took us into this area of CRISPR CRISPR gene-edited babies. The quest to create genetically modified babies is getting a reboot, and I had no idea until I read this piece.
And of course, you mentioned that this happened in China, and the person who did this, the scientist who did this, got jail time for doing that. Basically, I think he created 2 girls from just by doing gene editing. And what has happened is people who have studied this in the past, because this is a major medical ethical issue, they would always say, we're not trying to play God here, but we are looking at this to see if somebody has a major deformity. Mm-hmm. Maybe we can step in and correct that so that the child isn't born with that deformity. And you kind of understand that aspect. But it was always going to be, once you say that, well, if maybe I think being short's a deformity, or maybe I think baldness is a deformity. If we can go in and change that gene, then, well, I understand maybe we don't want to have short people or bald people, but then comes, well, if we don't want bald people, do we want people with really good hair? And do we want blondes all? And so it's moving, and the NPR notion highlights this, the piece highlights this, is that we're moving. We have people now who say, we really think this is the parent's choice. If they want to go in and genetically modify their child so that child is very athletic, has really good genes, may be able to be a running back, something of that nature. If we have that ability, what's to stop us from doing it, and why should we stop it? And so you're transitioning from we only want to help to we want to try to create really babies that we want to have.
And so, again, a lot of that just gets into what could actually happen in the future. Up until now, this has been kind of hypothetical, but even in our little booklet there, we talk about this. We've talked about it in our transhumanism article, because in one sense, we can, using this technology called CRISPR, go in and pull out just a particular gene. It was kind of hit and miss with things like recombinant DNA research, but you could go in and say, okay, I would recognize that this individual would be born maybe with diabetes, and so I can change that one gene, maybe even in utero, maybe even in the embryo, as difficult as it seems to be, so that this person would no longer be a diabetic, that their insulin would be produced automatically. And so it's one thing to reconstruct an individual, or maybe even redeem the effects of the fall. We have about 1,600 different genetic diseases, and no longer having Tay-Sachs, sickle cell anemia, one form of muscular dystrophy. Right. The list goes on for quite a while. But the same technology that would allow you to remove that gene could also remove and then give a person height, musical ability, intellectual ability, a variety of other issues. And I guess all of us around the table either have children or grandchildren. We reproduce the old-fashioned way, but this new and improved way could be very different, couldn't it?
Yes, and so what we're already seeing is kind of something related through embryo screening. And so there are organizations or companies popping up just for the purpose of embryo screening. And of course, they say you can screen, but remember, when you're talking about this, with the IVF process, typically you are creating multiple embryos with the intent of not using all of them. And so that is a genetically unique human being, very small, but it is still a human being. And so if you are able, as you were saying, Kerby, to go in and repair something or prevent a disease in an embryo that is already there, that is the baby that is going to be born, and you are healing, then, okay, that's neat. But what's happening more often is that you can screen all these embryo options that we've created for eye color, for IQ, and this is what they're advertising. People are selecting whether they want a boy or a girl, and they're saying, well, you can also screen for health, but they're already screening for all of these superficial qualities as well. And so, and then you have the founders of these kinds of companies. One of them is called Orchid. So the New York Times actually did a big article on this a while back, saying this is the way that people are going to make babies in the future. And so if you're not doing this, then you're not doing it the right way. Of course, that's going to be a very expensive process. So then you also have implications of this class of people who are creating designer babies, really, instead of having babies the old-fashioned way, as we say. So, A lot of slippery slope and ethical implications
and
here.
Just think of this: if the designer babies become the norm, and we as a family say we're not going to do that, we want to we're going to trust the Lord here to bring us a child, and we have a child that has diabetes, Down syndrome, or something of that nature, you could be criticized now because you didn't do something to eliminate that. So it goes from being praiseworthy to being critical.
And you think of the movie Gattaca, which is one individual was born the old-fashioned way and the other was new and improved, and the tension in the family, or splice, or a variety of others. And of course, that doesn't even get into the chapter here on cloning, whether or not you would clone someone that does not have a brain so that you'd have spare parts.
And we do clone animals now. That has happened.
It's just, you can begin to realize that as they tried to raise this issue, and I give credit to the conversation there that Rob Stein got into, are we dealing with playing God when we're providing blood transfusions? No. Are we playing God when we're in one way or another trying to treat or cure genetic diseases? No. But the bottom line is the same technology that would allow you to redeem the effects of the fall are the same technology that could be used to create a superhuman race. And like you said, you could have a situation, that's now the Brave New World, where you have the alphas and the betas and the gammas. Then you would be not necessarily valued as much because we didn't genetically engineer you to be perfect.
Yeah, and there are places in the world where women get certain creams to try to lighten their skin. So if you're able to do this genetically, then you may have people starting to just try to do that.
Yeah, and people, again, this bypasses what we should see as Christians, which is that human beings are inherently valuable. But this is creating a society where you're valuable for what you're able to do, how you look, how you can perform in society. And then again, to your point, Dr. Matthews, if somebody is not born that way, we don't cherish that person anymore. It looks like a mistake.
Yeah. Well, again, if that is something of interest, again, the booklet is available. And, of course, this is our last article that we've posted there as well. So thank you for bringing it up. I might just mention you've actually been on ethics committees, have you not? You and Jim Dennison both have actually looked at some of these ethical issues. So maybe we'll come back to that one again. But we're just almost out of time. So let me mention, first of all, that next week we will have a Millennial Roundtable. Now we're going to Next Generation Roundtable. You'll be hosting that as well. And I know we're looking forward to a number of different guests that will be with us as well, because as I mentioned, Lathan Watts will be with us on Wednesday. Rodney Hare will be with us on Tuesday. Robin John will be on Monday. And then, of course, we'll have our weekend edition on Friday. So lots of great material that will be covered next week. If you find yourself saying, I'd like to read some of these articles again, they all are on the website. If you want to go to the Know Why podcast, that's available. I also want to thank Megan for taking some of the other things and putting it up on Spotify, so you can find links there as well. Of course, we've had the highlights on Spotify. Of course, we have the podcast there as well. So go to the website, pointofview.net. You're going to find quite a bit of material. But most importantly, I want to thank Megan for her help engineering the program and all that she has done. Also want to thank Doug for setting in for Megan today, because we've desperately needed him to push the right buttons. And also want to thank Steve for his help as a producer. So I hope you have a great weekend. Look forward to seeing you right here on Monday on Point of View.
It was not that long ago that censorship appeared to be almost inevitable. Free speech was being attacked and strangled in many places. And some of us wondered if this was the end. But now, many feel a new sense of hope, a chance for a fresh dawn. Let me caution you, now is not the time to relax. It's a time to press forward, to use this fresh opportunity to proclaim and learn how to apply truth to current issues. By the fact you're here, listening right now, that tells me that you recognize the vital role Point of View plays as a voice of truth. For more than 50 years, we've informed and equipped people who have made a real difference. And when you give to Point of View today, you breathe life into what can be a new golden era for the truth. Please, take a moment right now and invest in truth. Visit pointofview.net or give it 1-800-347-5151. That's pointofview.net. Click in now or call 1-800-347-5151. Point of View is produced by Point of View Ministries.